We'll call this meeting to order. Can we get a motion as stated in the agenda for going into closed session?
Motion to go into closed session as stated on the agenda, for reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are in closed session. Thank you. We'll call this meeting to order. The Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and its citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy towards both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed at each meeting. In addition to the moment of silence, the board will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruptions of the meeting. For safety of all participants, please refrain from bringing or eating any food items containing nuts or nut products. All right, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll go ahead and just take a moment of silence. All right, thanks everybody for being here tonight. We're going to start with our recognitions and graduations.
Thank you, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, Dr. Jones, members of the board, and everyone gathered here. We definitely want to move this agenda along, but the first thing we'd like to do is recognize that for the past hour during closed session, you've hopefully watched an awful lot of photos going by to celebrate some of our 576 proud graduates from Partnership Academy High School, Cedar Ridge High School, and Orange High School who graduated at Cedar Ridge on Thursday the 11th and from the Dean Dome on Friday the 12th. And in order to keep things expeditious, let's just say there's an awful lot to celebrate, a lot to show, and you will keep finding all of it in a couple different key places. First, go to orangecountyfirst.com/graduation, and also follow us on social media. I would be remiss not to recognize all the people who helped to make graduations possible at the school level and at the district level. And I want to send a special thank you to Mr. Franklin McCune, sitting to my right, who helped as the impresario, making many, many good things happen, and to our chief photographer, our communications specialist, Jayla Davis, who stared down each individual graduate one by one to make sure that they and their family would have the photos that they need for the rest of their lives. So congratulations to our graduates. I think that we would give them a warm round of applause to celebrate their achievement and the schools who helped support them to that day.
All right, good evening, everyone. Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, Dr. Jones, and members of the public. I have the very, very special and unique opportunity to do the next recognition. This is a very, very special recognition for someone who has given 4 years of his unending life to helping us as a board and as a organization and as a school system. And we are very, very thankful to every minute, to every email, to every event, to every way that you have been involved and shaped our organization, Mr. Richmond. So tonight, we have the opportunity to thank you. So I have with me a custom-made plaque for Mr. Richmond, and I will read it to everybody from our woodworking team over at Cedar Ridge. And it says, Award of Meritorious Service presented to Mr. Andre Richmond in appreciation of your outstanding dedication and service to the students and staff of Orange County Schools as a member of the Orange County Board of Education. 4 years of dedicated service. Orange County Board of Education, June 15th, 2026. And a picture of you and your colleagues you could put up. Mr. Richmond, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a member of the Board of Education. Thank you for helping to mentor me as I started my role here. It's been an absolute pleasure getting a chance to know you and how involved you are and just how far your roots run. You are truly Orange County. So I'll pass it back to Mr. Atherton.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Danielle and Ms. Liu up to the podium as well. Ms. Liu is Andre's mom, and Danielle is Andre's wife. So we'll just take a moment. If other board members would like to say anything, please feel free to do. Anybody want to go first?
I'll start.
Go ahead.
Well, when we started out together, Andre and I were campaigning together, and I introduced myself as old enough to be Andre's mother because my son, oldest son, graduated high school with Andre. So that was our introduction. I'd known him for years through the Sheriff's Department, working as principal, and always enjoyed him. Had his son at Orange Middle School, and so we knew each other, but always a smile on his face, always willing to help, to do whatever needed to be done, wherever you were, and just always a presence with us, and I so appreciated that. I knew that if there was anything wrong, I didn't understand it, and I couldn't reach anybody else at the Sheriff's Department, I could call Andre, and I was going to get my answer. So just an outstanding person to work with, and has been a pleasure to work with on this board as we ran together, and we tried to get him to run again, but he wouldn't do it. But anyway, we ran together one time and thoroughly enjoyed doing that, and he's going to be missed. We've joked with him and talked to him about, watching board meetings and that sort of thing, but he will definitely be missed, and as will Danielle, because she's been right there with him throughout this, and which is really what I think all of us would say who have a spouse, that they're with us through this whole process too. So, and to Miss Liu, I've had several conversations with her in the last few days, and we've kept this quiet, and I had to call Andre and say, she's got a flag. I just need to know where that flag came from, because I need to order me one. And so he gave me your phone number, so we've had several conversations. So Andre, you will be missed. We appreciate you, we thank you, and we wish you the best.
Sarah?
So I think the first time we met might have been when I was first running for the board, which was 4 years before that, when I went and did a little tour of the Sheriff's Department, and you brought me around and told me all about like the support that the Sheriff's Department provides for the schools. And what came through then and what comes through always is your heart for children. I know you ran for this board because you care about the students of Orange County Schools. You really want them to be successful and to thrive. And I really admire that and respect that. And I'm excited for you to have fun in retirement.
Andre, it's been a pleasure working with you, and I'm glad to know you and will continue to know you. And when I think of you, I think of your warmth and hospitality towards all, and so you always give everyone a warm welcome and a bear hug, and you are, as Sarah mentioned, always thinking about different children's experiences, and you speak from your own, and you speak from your vast experiences in our schools, and so I really appreciate all that you've brought to our board.
Andre, I just want to say thank you. And, I think I met you during DARE is where I think I met you originally. And I don't think a lot of people remember that you started as a school bus driver, right? And so how appropriate that you go full circle to be with us here today. And you've been a big part of the success of this district. And, just remember that as you're watching the videos. We believe that. But, and I just want to thank both of you for sharing Andre, being supportive, and showing up all the time. Thank you.
I told you, I just got here. Where you going? So it's been a pleasure and an honor, and I love your calmness and your love for the community. You exuded, and it's felt everywhere you go. So I am thrilled to hear about your retirement. You're going to be missed. And when I hit that lottery, I told you we're going to Pebble Beach, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Not sure, everybody has said so much. I think I need to just thank you for being the heart of the board, truly the heart of the board, and how lucky we have been to have someone on the board who is working in our schools every single day with our students and staff, and who personally over decades assumed so many roles in our schools. You brought great wisdom with all that experience and was greatly appreciated, and you will be missed. And could I take privilege, since I'm sitting next to you, I wonder if I can get a hug out of this.
Dr. Jones?
Hello, Mr. Richmond. I'm kind of like Miss Padilla. I just got here. Where you going? But, some of you have spoken to the fact that he's in schools and working with staff and children, but I had the opportunity to see it. And it's remarkable how much you care and the number of positions that you have held. And all of that comes out, as you're making decisions, like your experiences and how you contributed to this board, and also in our one-on-one conversations and helping me to acclimate to Orange County schools, and I thanked your mom and Danelle earlier, just saying, thank you for allowing him to spend time on the board, because that is a huge sacrifice. But like Ms. Purcell said, I know I have two people, now three, because I met Ms. Lou, so we're family now too. I have three people that I know are going to still continue to support and have my back as I'm trying to do what's best for this district, and the board as well, and joining us in that. So just so much appreciate you and your wife and how you have wrapped around me as I have been here, both in the work setting and in personal settings when we run into each other. So just want to thank you for all that you have done for Orange County schools, for this community in general. And I know it's going to continue, so I look forward to seeing how that unfolds after you take your last steps away from here. We know you're not finished because you're just too committed to this work and to this community. So just, I appreciate you, and I'll get a hug later. Yeah.
So we were going to, really quick, have you go up, take a picture with it, and then take a picture with the board, if you don't mind, Andre. Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much. He's going to take a picture with them, with the award, and then he's going to come up and take a picture with us. Yeah, in front. He's the other dance with his. Yeah, he can.
I guess we should remove the water bottle. It's okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Three of them going to come in?
They can.
I'm coming.
Ms. Lou, yes, ma'am.
Come on. Miss Lou, come.
Get beside you, Ms. Nelson.
Yeah.
We've done this enough times. There you go. Ms. Hauser, can I?
Can you see Ms. Hauser? Because it doesn't look like.
No, ma'am. Let me get you to go back towards Mr. Richmond.
You come here, I'm gonna go
You
down.
go where you want to go, and everybody else will move
Ms.
around.
Lou, you go where you want to be.
Yeah, you go, exactly.
Bailey, you take some too? Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. Very good. Congratulations.
Go ahead, Ms. Lou.
I just want to say a couple of things, and don't mean to take up your time, but I retired 30-some years ago as an orthopedic trauma nurse from UNC in Chapel Hill, and prior to checking on my children, I would always, Andre and my two girls, they all went to Orange High School, and it wasn't Orange Junior, but they're from then on up to Orange High. And I would go to school and check on my children at least once a week. Once a week. It wasn't because that they were doing anything bad, but I believed in making sure that they were doing the right thing. And they knew I was coming. One day, Andre didn't know I was coming. He was clowning. So I walked up on him, and he saw me, but it was too late. So I spanked his butt. And I told him, I'm doing this because I want you to grow up to be a young man. And as I got ready to leave, I heard one student that was in the class with him whisper to another guy. He said, I wish my mother would come and check on me like Andre's mother. It brought tears in my eyes, but sometimes parents go check on, make sure your kids are doing good. And one more thing, Dean Smith, his wife, got mugged. She was on her way to Carrboro to take a $50,000 check to a clubhouse out there. And this guy, he got out of his car, run up to her, reached for a purse. She wouldn't let go. He swung her around and round and round. She still wouldn't let go of that purse. So before long, another car light came and was shining on the two of them. He panicked, he let go. She fell and fractured her hip. She was on my floor for 1 week. And it was flowers, you know how Coach Smith, all up and down the aisle on the floor. And the next day he came out, he said, are you Ms. Richmond? I said, I am. He said, my wife said, you've been so good to her. I told him, I said, well, Coach Smith, that's what I'm here for. He said, well, I appreciate it. He said, do you have children? I said, yes, I have a daughter, lives in Florida. She going work with American Airlines. And I have a second daughter, Monica. She's going to Winston-Salem State. She graduated from Orange High, and she's majoring in basketball. She's going to be a registered nurse, but she got a scholarship in basketball. And I have one son. He said, how old is your son? I said, Andre is in the 8th grade. He said, how would you like for him to go to my basketball camp for 4 years straight? I was ecstatic. Got the paperwork signed, everything. Andre went to Coach DeMille summer camp 4 years. I had a cousin that worked in the dorm where Michael Jordan knows would leave in the summertime, and she made sure that him and his roommate had a pizza every evening along with their meals. And it was just amazing. It was just amazing. And when Coach Milk died, Andre was one of the first. I think he was a deputy then. He was there at his reunion for his homegoing. And that's something to think about. And I thank God because I tried to bring him up the right way. And thank you guys for listening to my story.
Well, that is a hard act to follow, so I will not even try. Say good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Jones, fellow cabinet members, and members of the OCS community. From loved ones to chosen families and family members, the LGBTIQA+ community is an important part of the culture. This month and every month, we celebrate the innovators, caretakers, dreamers, and disruptors like Marsha Johnson, Harvey Milk, James Baldwin, Andre Lord, Alvin Ailey, Jean-Michael Basquiat, Jonathan Capehart, Don Lemon, Laverne Cox, Karl Lagerfeld, and Tom Brown, who keep our communities fierce and flourishing, honoring the history, resilience, and contributions of individuals who continue to inspire change and champion love, equality, and authenticity. Pride isn't just a word. It's how all of us live, love, and lift each other up every single day. Every aspect of someone's being is worthy. Every version is beautiful. Inclusion, respect, and equality are at the heart of who we are. All of us loving all of us. Happy Pride Month.
Thank you. Ms. Stoll is going to read our resolution.
Thank you, Chair Atherton. This is the board resolution we've reaffirmed the past several years for Pride Month. Resolution honoring Pride Month and celebrating LGBTQ+ students, staff, and community members. Whereas the Orange County Board of Education acknowledges the dignity and worth of all students and employees and strives to create a safe, caring, and responsive school environment to facilitate student learning and achievement, and whereas the board prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or age, and as noted in Policy 1710, the board will not tolerate any form of discrimination, harassment, or bullying in any of its educational or employment activities or programs, and whereas the OCS gender support guidelines state that, quote, OCS staff play an essential role in creating a supportive school culture and advocating for the well-being of all students, it is important for school staff, students, and parents to be aware that transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming students may be at a higher risk for peer ostracism, victimization, and bullying because of bias and/or the possibility of misunderstanding and lack of knowledge about their lives. Schools must be proactive in creating a school culture that respects and values all students and fosters an understanding of gender identity and expression within the school community, and whereas June 2026 marks the 56th anniversary of the first Pride Parade, which came 1 year after the Stonewall Uprising of 1969, 6 nights of riots led by transgender women of color like Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, sparked when LGBTQ+ people resisted police harassment and brutality during an early morning bar raid. It was a historic moment that served as a catalyst for the LGBTQ+ rights movement in the United States and around the world. And whereas the decades since have been one of struggle and celebration for the LGBTQ+ community, despite increased support and acceptance, LGBTQ+ young people still face many challenges. For example, without accepting families, they're more likely to experience homelessness and nearly 5 times more likely to attempt suicide. And whereas in June 2026, there are 530 anti-LGBTQ+ bills in the US, including bills that would limit representation of gender diverse and LGBTQ+ people in the curriculum in schools, access to medical care, and participation in sports. And whereas the Trevor Project reports in 2024 that roughly half of transgender and non-binary young people found school to be gender affirming, and those who did reported lower rates of attempting suicide. And whereas the Trevor Project National Survey on LGBTQ Youth Mental Health in 2021 reported that 75% of LGBTQ+ youth had experienced discrimination based on their sexual orientation or gender identity at least once in their lifetime, and over half had experienced this form of discrimination in the past year. And whereas LGBTQ+ people in the United States face disparities in employment, healthcare, education, housing, and many other areas central to the pursuit of happiness in the United States. And whereas Cornell University's What We Know project found that LGBTQ+ people of color face disproportionately higher rates of discrimination in the workplace and community at large, exceeding discrimination experienced by both white LGBTQ+ people and by straight people of color. And whereas the Orange County School Board appreciates the many contributions made by lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ+ students, staff, families, and community members to the vibrancy of the broader school community. And whereas it is imperative that young people in our community, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, feel valued, safe, empowered, and supported by their community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Orange County School Board does hereby proclaim the month of June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in Orange County schools. And be it further resolved that the Orange County School Board commits to working with LGBTQ+ students, families, staff, and community members to build safe and equitable schools where all students, families, and staff members are valued for who they are and where diversity is celebrated. And be it further resolved that the Orange County School Board encourages central services and administrators to support educators across grade levels and content areas to acknowledge and celebrate LGBTQ+ Pride Month each June. And be it further resolved that the Orange County School Board urges all students, staff, and community members to respect and honor our diverse community and to build a culture of inclusivity and equity, not only during LGBTQ+ Pride Month, but during the other 11 months of the year as well. Adopted this 12th day of June, 2026.
Thank you, Carrie. We appreciate it. All right, we are now at the Spring 2026 recognitions.
Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, board members, superintendent, and community members. Tonight, we are proud to recognize, just waiting on this, several of our outstanding student athletes, coaches, and teams for their exceptional accomplishments during the spring sports season. Through their dedication, perseverance, teamwork, and commitment to excellence, these students have represented Orange County schools with distinction at the conference, regional, and state level. Their achievements reflect countless hours of practice, strong support from coaches and families, and the values of sportsmanship and leadership that we strive to cultivate in all of our students. Please join us in celebrating these remarkable accomplishments. That was great timing. We'll start with Cedar Ridge High School. We would like to recognize the baseball team who finished the 2026 season with an overall record of 19-6 and an undefeated 12-0 conference record, winning the Big 7 conference title under the leadership of coaches Bryson Massey, Robert Hedge, Josh Austin, Nick Chalinza, Landon Dalehite, and the athletic director, Emily Parker. Do we have any members of the baseball team here tonight? I didn't think they were going to be here, but I just wanted to make sure. There they are. Let's recognize them. Yay. Congratulations to the Cedar Ridge baseball team. From Orange High School, we would first like to recognize the Orange High School men and women's track team who were the 2026 conference champions under the leadership of coaches Brian Schneidevent and Eric Stevens, and athletic director Jason Knapp. Do we have track members here tonight? If you would come on up. I know we do, so come on up. All right, don't be shy. All right, specifically, so the team was conference champions, but from the team, we had some very special, outstanding members. So we'd like to recognize Ava Bishop, Kenzie Ross, Riley Germain, and Kyla Willie, right? That's it. Kayla Willie, sorry, as the first relay team in Orange High School history to win a state championship in the 5A Williams Spring 4x800 relay. We all step forward. just wanted them to be able to see which ones you were. All right, so next we'd like to recognize Clara Fulks, who cleared 11-3 to win the 5A Outdoor State Championship in pole vaulting. And we'd like to recognize Miles Germain as the 5A Men's Spring 3,200 meter run as the 2026 state champion with a time of 9 hours, 18 minutes, and 92 seconds. Oh, minutes. 9 minutes? 18 seconds, and 92 whatever it was. My apologies. There. And then Clara, and there's Miles. Finished the finish line. Also won the 1,600 meter 5A Central Regional Championship as well. So congratulations. And finally, we'd like to recognize the Orange High School lacrosse team, who are the 2026 conference champions. Y'all can stay. Wait, don't go anywhere. Do we have any lacrosse folks in the house? All right, so there you can see them on the screen there. So they were the 2026 conference champions with an overall record of 15-6 and 7-1 in conference play under the leadership of Coach Chandler Zirkle. So yay to the lacrosse. On behalf of the Board of Education and Orange County Schools, congratulations to our student athletes, coaches, and support staff on these outstanding accomplishments. We are proud of the commitment, the resilience, and the excellence you have demonstrated in both competition and in representing your schools and community. Thank you for making us proud, and we look forward to celebrating your continued success in the future. And if you would like to greet the board, that would be congratulations. Congratulations, it's great. So proud. I knew that. So we have one more recognition that we didn't have, so.
Yeah, so we did a little 2-for-1 special. I hope that's okay. So in addition to all of these athletes winning the spring state championships, we also brought on our winter state champions as well. And so Clara Fulks not only won the state championship for the pole vault for outdoor, but as well for indoor. And then Adeline Elvis won the state championship in a very, very tightly contested 500 meters as well. So she also won the state championship. So.
You know what to do. Make sure I can see between two athletes. There you go. Mr. Richmond, you're easy. On the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations, y'all. Way to go.
All right, we're at agenda adoption. So I am aware of the facility rental being pulled from consent. Are there any other items for consent? All right, and I also,
Mr. Atherton, as a reminder, the resolution is added.
and adding the resolution for Pride Month under consent. Can we get a motion to approve the modified agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda with changes.
Second?
We have a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? The agenda is adopted. We now move to public comments.
We will now hear public comments. Speaker will be called in order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yielding time to other speakers is not permitted. If a speaker would like to share written materials, please hand them over to the board clerk, Franklin McCune, and he will distribute them to the board. The purpose of public comment is for board to hear from the members of the public, not to engage in back and forth discussion. Per our policy, board members will not respond to speakers during the public comment session. The board greatly values public feedback and welcomes all comments, regardless of viewpoint. However, please be reminded that children are often present at these meetings and that our policy prohibits profanity, vulgarity, and personal abuse of any person. We ask that all comments be civil, respectful, and free of personal attacks. Any person who violates our public comment policy or otherwise exceeds the bounds of order and decorum will be given a warning. Continued violations may result in speaker being ruled out of order, at which point we will move to the next speaker. And tonight, our first speaker is Jasmine Lee.
Good evening. My name is Yasmin Lee, and I am the membership manager for Serving Orange County, and I'm here on behalf of Girl Scouts North Carolina Coastal Pines. First off, thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to come before you and speak, and I'm going to take my time to just give you an introduction of what Girl Scouts is. Girl Scouts is an all-girl-led organization that for the past 100 years has been helping girls and serving girls and building confidence and character. I am in the unique position to be able to do more than just serve girls, but we also have the opportunity and the want to be able to fill the gaps that the community has, any barriers, and understanding that we have the opportunity to partner with schools. Girl Scouts has done the research, and the research has shown that young women that are a part of Girl Scouts are thriving. They are excelling in curriculum. There have been shown studies to show improvement, whether it is in academics or in behavior. But we also have programming that doesn't just allow us to go into schools just to say we're doing something, but we have the opportunity to partner with each individual school and to serve all of the girls in an alignment with what the school already needs. So that can be body movement and appreciation. That goes back to our mission with building confidence and courage. That can be a part of STEM. We have so many programming and so many people just hear Girl Scouts and think about cookies. We have cookies upstairs if that helps. But we just want to take the opportunity to show that Girl Scouts is just so much more. And we just want the opportunity to be able to fill in the gaps and to help the community grow, because that's what you all are here for. I've heard so many people talk about you being active in schools, and that's what the opportunity that I'm looking for. And I would love for you all to just really think about how much Girl Scouts can improve girls and how we're able to serve the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie Hamill.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Carrie Hamill, and I am here to thank all of the teachers and the student-facing staff throughout the school year for the terrific job that they did. And I'm not a budget season gal. I am going to call upon you throughout the year to do something about compensation. I, in fact, dread looking at the personnel report the day after this board meeting. The last public comment, I gave some suggestions about some in-house things that maybe we could do, and I inadvertently forgot to mention, and I say this with all due respect, whether the board would consider giving some portion of their stipend to a fund to increase the teachers and the student-facing staff salaries. Mr. Richmond, what a joy. I always wonder where people's virtuousness comes from, and I saw it tonight, and whose shoulders you stand on. Your lovely wife and your gem of a mother. She must know, and perhaps she could give some suggestions for the parental involvement policy that's on today. as a little sidebar, I know in the content of it, it talks about guardians, but the title itself, we have a lot of children in our community who are raised by other people other than their parents, and perhaps adding the guardian in the title of that really is a little bit more inclusive. It's pretty heavy-hearted to see that policy and you think it doesn't apply to those that love you. On the celebration, I just would encourage everybody really to look at how high that student athlete actually jumps on the pole vault. That is stunning. And congratulations to all the student athletes. What brings me here today also is a policy that I've asked for a long time, one with some robustness. One of the 34 on the consent agenda, which is the whistleblower policy. And I've been pitching this to the county and pitching this to Chapel Hill, Carrboro City Schools, and you're going to hear some of my pitches tonight. Some additions that you will find in other school districts here in the state or afar, which I think are great improvements, is who should be reporting and who shall. I would suggest that all executive cabinet members have the requirement that they shall report wrongdoing. Also, there are other school districts who get the word out that we are a culture of ethics and upholding law, policy, and other good deeds by putting it on pay stubs and including it in all correspondence to vendors. And another matter is in other school districts, the board chair who receives notification, there's all this, what do you do? I have found what I read and what brings me pause, it's usually pretty sophisticated when you get to the conduct that requires whistleblowing. So there's different parties involved, and one of the provisions sets out when you should tell the board chair. I would highly recommend that it also be added that the board chair shall also report to the other board members. You probably are familiar with, my notes tend to be pretty inclusive. I'm gonna include everybody on the board.
Sorry, your
Oh, that's
time's
fine.
up.
Thank you so very
Sorry.
much, and thank you.
And that concludes our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. So next, we have board comments. We'll start with Mr. Richmond.
Oh, wow. So, congratulations to all the graduates of 2026 and to the spring sports recognition. Congratulations to all the athletes from that. I got my start in 1999, right after I graduated high school. I'm sure a lot of people have heard this story, but I'll tell it again. I got my start with the school district right out of high school. I landed a job as a teacher assistant at Grady Brown Elementary. And I started working there with the autistic division there, a program there with autistic kids. Started driving the school bus, and I went back to Orange High and helped my high school basketball coach. I helped him coach basketball. I was assistant coach there with Greg Motley. So there, I learned to love children. I learned to love this job. I learned to love this district. I mean, I was a part of the district anyway. So that's where I got my start. And then once I turned 21, I joined the sheriff's office. And so I went to the sheriff's office, I started working, and the one thing that I wanted to do was get back into the school district. And so after several years, I became a school resource officer, so I was able to get back into schools and work with kids because I loved them so much. And I have several kids of my own, but I really enjoy working with kids, and I became a DARE instructor. Taught DARE for a number of years up until COVID, and I really hate that I wasn't able to get back into teaching DARE because I really, really enjoyed doing that. Then I got the opportunity to become a school board member, and so there's where, I was able to give back and do what I love. And so in saying all of that, we would have every board meeting, we always have a moment of silence. And so for me, during that moment of silence, I always said a prayer that our board would unite and do come up with the best decisions and come together and make sure that we're doing what's right for the district and especially for our children. And I can say that throughout the 4 years that I've been on the board, this board has come together. We've aligned on most topics. And, you know, as any board, you're not gonna, you know, it's gonna be differences, and that's understood. But for the majority of times when we had to vote, everybody was able to vote on the same page. And we did it because we love kids. And so I just want to say thank you to each board member here that I've had the opportunity to work with. I love you, and I thank you for all the work that you're doing, and I know it's going to continue. I can't wait to see what the future's going to look like. Thank you to everyone who supported me. Thank you to my family, especially my wife, who's endured these long nights wondering what time I'm going to come home. She hasn't eaten dinner because she's waited for me to get home so she could eat and warm up dinner. But thank you to her as well. She helped me during my campaign. And finally, just to say, you know, this isn't the end. I'm still a phone call away, so you can always call me, and I will continue to work for this district, for the families, for the teachers, staff members, and the students, because I love this district. And Dr. Jones, I know you guys are going to do a wonderful job. Your team, everyone with the Orange County School District staff, thank you. I love you. I'm still going to be here, so I'm not on the board, but I'm still going to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Bonnie?
I have to be careful, you know, Andre, I could think of several CTE classes that you could teach, starting with polygraph testing.
Oh.
I can't wait, you know. So Andre has amazing skills, and you just, his heart is just part of it. I wanted to add my congratulations to the families and to our graduates and to the families and staff who supported them through their years at Orange County Schools. Lots of joy throughout our community for their achievements. And I want to just especially thank Franklin McCune for his role organizing graduation, even though he always reminds us that it's a team. You're the face of that team. And I also would like to recognize Jayla Davis. Where'd Jayla go? Jayla Davis for her photographs. If you really need to have fun, get on our website, look at the photographs of our graduates. They're really, really beautiful. And we have beautiful kids. They're not only smart, they're beautiful and wonderful. So you could see it all on the website. I also wanted to take a minute to thank our teachers and staff, and thank you, Ms. Hemmel, for mentioning this, but to thank our teachers and staff for advocating for raises. Unfortunately, the unexpected state budget announcement took precedent, and if you were watching, you know that the commissioners added about $1 million to our budget in order to cover the additional costs that we were incurring from the state. And that pretty much sidelined the teacher raises for now. The commissioners did not find the money to cover that. But just so you know, and you know, if you watched our finance committee last month, you would have heard it. We heard you. Our board heard you. We're paying attention. We discussed your comments at our finance committee meeting with an intention to dig deeper into the funds that we have to see if we could find a way to provide raises over the next few years. And I'm sure that Orange County Association of Educators and others will keep you informed as we make progress. So I want to thank you all for your patience with us and wish you a wonderful summer. Thank you.
All right, Ann?
I'd also like to add my thanks. We attended, excuse me, 3 wonderful graduations last week, and graduation's always been one of my favorite parts of the year. And for a big thank you to the high school teachers, the staff, the students, the principals, and the families. And congratulations to the families too, because this is not just the students. This is the families too. I'd also like to say congratulations to all of our student athletes who were here tonight. They have excelled in everything they've done, and that's fantastic. But I'd also like to say congratulations to all the students in Orange County who want to be a part of athletics. They don't always excel to the extent that a lot of these students did tonight, but they try and they put themselves out there. And for a high school or a middle school student, that's a big step for a lot of them. And so I'd just like to say thank you to all of our athletes in Orange County schools, because you do a great job. And it's hard work, and I know that. We have attended award ceremonies for teachers. We have attended award ceremonies for students the past few weeks. This is a busy, busy time of the year, but it's a fun time of the year because we're seeing the rewards of all the students' work, all the teachers' work, and we're getting to celebrate some of our people who are retiring. And so it's a wonderful time of the year, sad time of the year because we are losing some teachers to retirement, but they deserve it. And we wish them the best as they leave Orange County schools. So I'd just like to say thank you to everybody who has done a fantastic job with Orange County schools this year. And we look forward to coming back and starting our 26-27 school year. Even though Mr. Richmond won't be here, we will have a new person on the board and we're going to welcome them. And so we look forward to getting back and getting started in July. So thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Graduations were a great way to close out the year, and I think it has truly been a wonderful year for Orange County schools, thanks to the hard work of a lot of people. So I just want to thank everyone out there on our school teams, in our central services offices that have put their heart and soul into making it a great year for students. I think it has been, and that is awesome. And yes, just echo the celebrations of our athletes, celebrating Pride Month. Thank you, Carrie, for bringing that resolution back to us, and celebrating the beautiful, inclusive community we're working to build every day here. Just really appreciating that. And I also want to say I've really appreciated on our social media the senior profiles, the profiles from our graduating seniors who have had a chance to thank really specific teachers from their past who made a big difference in their lives and their trajectory and their belief in themselves. I think that's really inspiring, and I'm glad that we provided that chance to, pass on that recognition to our staff as well.
I'll keep it short since I already spoke a bit, but also want to echo the recognitions. The graduations are such an amazing culmination of so many people working so hard. Number one, the students, but also really number one, all the teachers and staff. And the high school graduations in particular, it's just a joy to see the unique nature of each high school, and each school is really special. And we've had so much academic success across our district this year. It just is a really good feeling. And so I'm just glad we are here, and we're closing up one chapter. We will miss you, Andre. And shout out for Lori for being here at virtually every meeting and many committee meetings all year. I know you're going to be a great addition to our board.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I like to say happy June 10th. There's a lot of celebrations happening, and I'm so glad that we have a lot of those celebrations in our community. And congratulations to everyone, all the graduates, and everything that is positive in our community. I look forward to our next school year. Thank you.
I just want to echo the congratulations to the sports teams and also all of our graduates, the ceremonies, Franklin, all of our staff that helped put that on. I also wanted to just recognize the maintenance and operations team that are behind the scenes with the big box truck, making sure the sound, stage, all of that is in place and ready to go. And you don't always hear it, but we really appreciate it. I got to visit a few things I wanted to mention. The CTE intern showcase at Cedar Ridge High School It was wonderful where the students actually sat there and presented about their experiences. They talked about teachers that did interns at right across the street at Grady Brown. They were so excited and talking about going into college to do that. And so many new students that wanted to be entrepreneurs. It was so amazing. There was one that was talking about cosmetology and taking an MBA so they could go do their own business where they were already interning out in Chapel Hill. There were several that were in landscaping companies and several businesses I wasn't even aware in the area, which was just amazing to hear about, but wonderful to hear about it. And also, they were presenting to students in high school as freshmen so they could learn about it and know that they could take that opportunity. Project Search, this is a partnership that we do with UNC Adams School of Dentistry. Just thank you to the EC department and all the staff that works on that. We had one graduating student, and we also heard about 5 new students that will be joining that program. It is a wonderful partnership, and it's been amazing to see that program grow. The FFA banquet, there were several board members, and Ms. Russell was in attendance as well. It's wonderful to always see about what the students do in our community to give back. It's not just about all ag, it's about how they're giving back and growing as students and also having some fun. It was really exciting to see that. I got a chance to visit Cedar Ridge and visit many classrooms and see all the end-of-year activities right before testing. It was wonderful to see the excitement on the students' face and the teachers. And really, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Dr. Day and her leadership as the interim principal at Cedar Ridge High School. I believe she did a fantastic job. She will be missed. I just wanted to mention the new Orange High School greenhouse. It looks fantastic. I know the students are excited. It has additional space in it. So the students will be able to grow more and sell more back to the community during their normal sales. But it was wonderful to see. The art show at Orange High School, so many talented students and just some amazing pottery that they do every year. The ribbon cutting for the new barn at Cedar Ridge, many of the board members were able to attend. Wonderful to see that now Cedar Ridge will have the opportunity to raise animals as well. And they had shared that they're starting in July because the state fair is where their first competition will be. So very exciting to hear that. I also just wanted to recognize Josh Schism, who was first in state and finished 4th in the national competition out of 40 woodworking students. And just an amazing accomplishment for him and just our woodworking program. Amazing. And Mr. Pipkin, just thank you for your support of our students and such amazing accomplishment. It's really a world-class program. And finally, I just wanted to thank the board. And this past year has been great working together, and I really appreciate your dedication. I know a lot of people don't realize the time and effort from all the reading and policies and reaching out and people reaching in and just, Mr. Richmond, as you said it, just coming together and really helping work with the superintendent. So thanks, everybody. I really appreciate all the support of the district. And Andre, we will miss you.
Miss y'all too.
All right. With that, I'll turn it over to the superintendent for comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, community. Just want to thank everyone for a wonderful school year, all of our educators. And when I say educators, I mean every single person that touches a building, that impacts a student, that comes across a student. So I think Mr. Atherton mentioned our maintenance folks. They are also educators. So everyone has to pull together to have a successful school year. So I'm grateful for them, thankful to this board for the times that you are coming together to make these sometimes very difficult decisions in the best interest of our community and our students. and for the community as well for a successful school year. It takes all of us. I think we're all invested in wanting to do the right things for children. And when we do the right things and have that mindset, good things happen, and we see those things happening. Mr. Smith, he did a wonderful job highlighting our class of 2026 graduates. I'm just going to add a little bit more to that. And so together, over 500 graduates walked across the stage this season. 189 students earning honors distinction. Beyond their academic dedication, our seniors have secured a combined total of about $3.2 million in scholarships to fund their post-secondary journeys. Among these financial awards are several highly competitive and prestigious honors. We have 1 Robertson Scholar, 2 Army ROTC scholarship recipients, 3 State Employees Credit Union People Helping People Scholars, a Teaching Fellows Program recipient, and a Fidelity Scholars Award winner, and 1 student receiving the renowned Good Night Scholarship from NC State. I'm happy to report that all graduates of Partnership Academy High School have post-secondary plans that include entering the workforce, seeking higher education at community colleges and universities, including an IT program and paramedic training. These figures represent more than just numbers. They represent the relentless hard work of our students, their families, the unwavering support of our staff, and the deep commitment to everyone that's represented here in this room. I'm grateful to be here, to serve in this capacity, and I really look forward to all of the planning that has already begun for the next school year, but having a little bit of time in the summer to begin recouping, and so that we can hit the ground running again in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. All right, next we have the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
And I'm sorry, that's with the one item pulled.
Yeah, we modified the agenda.
Okay,
so-
sorry. Yes,
That's
just
okay.
wanna make
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Consent is approved. We'll now move to the facility rentals that was pulled.
So I just want to thank you. I don't know if you all saw, but the updated facility rental fees are on our consent agenda. And I had a couple of questions. One, and some of my information goes back years when the community used to use our facilities, like before the Eflin Community Center was open to the public, we used to use Gravelly Hill Media Center at no charge. And we had meetings there, the principal would sit in, it was really nice. And the idea of, had we been asked to pay $70 an hour to use the media center, that would not have been possible. In principle, throughout our community, if you want to rent the community center, library's free, many of the county offices are free, our county meeting rooms are free. So some of our rates are a stretch for community groups. And I was just curious if I don't know who's using our facilities these days, but will these new rates make it not possible for groups to use our facilities, whether it's media centers or auditorium or classrooms or anything? Do we have groups that are using the centers that will no longer be able to afford to?
So a little point of clarity, we're not making any suggested changes. The superintendent's recommendation, there may be some information from last year that was just to show where we were last year in terms of our fee structure, and the board approved last year this rate. And so the recommendation, it may seem, because of the presentation in there, is to simply to keep the rate that the board approved from last year with no additional changes.
There were some that showed from $0 to $70, for example, that are now at 70. Was that made last year?
Correct. That was, unfortunately, that was the presentation to show how we got to what we are currently recommending, to no change to the current fee structure. So the fee structure that was approved last year is the same fee structure that we were recommending for the 26-27 school year.
So, and I apologize, I don't have the presentation here, I should. But so, again, so if it was the change to go from $0 to $70 was made, to just fix it at $70, that was made last year?
Correct. And
Okay.
not having all the numbers this year as a result of that change, we welcome in over $100,000 in revenue, which it costs to operate these buildings. And so as we want to be good partners with the community, we explain that the energy bills, the paper that's used for custodians all come at a cost. And so while we know that it's not cost prohibitive, we want to make sure that we're taking very good care of our buildings, even when we allow community partners to come in to rent our facilities. So that was some of the information that we shared last year on rationale of increasing some of those rates. We also looked at our surrounding counties and mirrored some of their facility rates to be in good standing with districts around the state.
Okay, great, thank you. I missed the meeting last year. I was in Poland, I think. It's the only board meeting I missed in 6 years, so, but thank you for that clarification. Just, will these rates, like when we go into a relationship with the new school in Mebane and, you know, presumably we'll work out something for them to use the gymnasium, will that be under a separate agreement or will that be under these rates?
Yeah, so currently the conversation that we're having with the city of Mebane will be under a memorandum of understanding. That does not say that there won't be any financial obligations to the city of Mebane, but as we get closer to the building being built, we'll make sure that we bring that information to the board to weigh in on that structure.
Okay, so that'll be a separate. All right, thank you for that. Second question, for over 20 years, Orange County Community Players has been using Orange High School for their summer production. And it's been a cordial relationship. They've always paid our out-of-pocket expenses for custodians and other services, but we've never charged them for room rentals. And it's been a production where Orange County School students, staff are involved, and they've always helped our departments during the school year. Right now, and I think for the last 4 years, our board has always made a concession on their behalf where we've protected their rates. I believe last year they paid us about $4,000, and under the new rates, this year would be about $7,500, which is pretty steep for them. You know, it's a small community-based theater company. And I guess, and I don't know if it's a question for the board, but is the board open to having a concession for Orange Community Players?
So Ms. Hauser, that's not on the agenda? The only thing on the agenda is the approval for
Well, the rates,
continuing the same rate. There's no different rate from last
well,
year.
in the presentation, there is a opportunity for us to make a concession. So if we don't do it now, the production happens at the beginning of July. So, I mean, you know, we could make it, you know, it's hard because they're ready to go into production. They've been using county facilities for rehearsal. They've been using other schools. You know, River Academy has been helping them with rehearsal space. So I just didn't know if we would be able to entertain.
I will say that we've done a great job. Our facility use members have worked in ways that we can reduce as much as possible. But it's sometimes hard when some partners are revenue generating. And so as we look to create our fee structure to put the operations of the school district in its best interest, I would employ those nonprofits and revenue generating to look at ways that they could make up perhaps a difference if they're feeling some anxiety around our fee structure.
So is that a conversation? I mean, they're going into dress rehearsals in a couple weeks. Is that a conversation that could happen?
So Ms. Hauser, I'm sorry, this is not on the agenda. We have to move on. Do you have questions about this fee
Well,
schedule?
that's about the fee schedule.
No, you're asking for a specific group within our district.
For concession, which is a piece of the, I'm just asking if these conversations are occurring, or these conversations?
These conversations are occurring, yes. And we'll work within the fee structure that we have set forth. So I do know that we have worked with varied groups. And to my understanding, the group that you mentioned, we've worked with them, and they seem to be okay with where we landed on our communication to this date. So I'm not aware of any other issues
Okay.
concerning that at this time.
So I will have them come back to you if there's still issues.
And let me just jump in here. Tonight, we're asking for approval of the fee schedules.
Okay.
When those fee schedules are approved, as they were last year, we're going to follow policy, and we're going to approve the fee schedules as printed. And so we're not going to waver from that schedule. If there is an agreement, a formal agreement that is established, like what was described earlier by you with like the City of Mebane in collaboration with the new elementary school, there will be some concessions made there, depending on the conversation and how that takes place. But any organization that comes to us wanting to rent facilities, we're going to follow the same schedule because that's what we're required to do. So we're happy to meet with any group. We're happy to explain and go through that, but that's bottom line kind of where we land as staff.
And in the past, what the board has waived the policy for that particular group. One other question is on the tennis courts, and where did we end up with the tennis clubs? Because I know,
I'm sorry, Ms. Hauser, that is
well, that's a
not,
question about, will these?
you were asking for specific
No,
groups.
I'm asking, will the tennis court rates apply for this year, or, are we
They're the
looking?
same.
Yeah, we're not recommending any changes from the rates that were approved last year. So to my understanding, I haven't had anybody directly reach out with any concerns about the rates that have happened for this school year.
Yeah, because the tennis courts have been closed for them, but there are problems in the community. Several commissioners have asked me if we would be opening up our tennis courts for the tennis clubs. But I think it's something that has to be, that needs conversation. Because those tennis courts have been opened up for the community for decades, and unless there's a security or access problems, I'm not sure why we've closed. I thought we were going to revisit it, once you got settled in. I just don't know what happened with it.
And again, we'll meet with any organization that has questions. We've met with them as well, but the same facility rental schedule would apply to any organization that asks to rent our facilities so that we can be consistent across the board and following policy.
Okay.
Any other concessions that would be up for the board in any conversation, we're happy to engage in.
Yeah, and for the public's benefit, that fee schedule for the tennis courts has been in place forever. I've not been able to find a situation where it has not been in place, but has never been enforced until a couple years ago. So it's new for this community. And as I understand it, the situation's been without incident. And as a taxpayer, my concern is Orange County having to spend millions of dollars to build more tennis courts, elsewhere because, our tennis courts aren't open to the public. So that's my concern, but just wanted to get that out.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the fee schedule?
So moved?
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. All right, next we have the strategic plan, priority 4 update.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Today, we are providing an update on Strategic Plan Priority 4, Empowering Culture. This priority focuses on creating safe, supportive, and engaging learning environments through 3 key areas: student behavior and discipline, attendance, and family and community engagement. Throughout this presentation, we'll highlight our progress towards strategic plan goals, the impact of our work, and our next steps moving forward. The strategic plan serves as our roadmap for continuous improvement across Orange County schools. It guides our decision-making, resource allocation, and accountability efforts to ensure every student has access to the supports and opportunities they need for success. While all 4 priorities are interconnected, tonight's focus is priority 4, empowering culture. This work supports the development of positive school climates where students feel safe, connected, supported, and prepared to learn. Priority 4 is anchored by 3 goals. First, reducing out-of-school suspensions across all student groups. Second, improving attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism, recognizing that students must be present to benefit from instruction. And third, strengthening family and community engagement through meaningful partnerships and communication. Together, these goals create the conditions necessary for student success. Before examining our data, it's important to ground our work in core beliefs. These beliefs guide how we support students, respond to behavior, and partner with families. They reflect our commitment to consistency, fairness, and student-centered decision-making. Our approach emphasizes consistent application of expectations, equitable access to supports and interventions, and meaningful family partnerships. We believe students are most successful when expectations are clear, supports are available, and responses to behavior are both fair and instructional. As we evaluate programs, procedures, and outcomes, we intentionally use 3 decision-making lenses. The equity lens asks what each student needs to be successful. The community lens ensures we hear and value the voices of families and stakeholders. And the data lens helps us identify trends and determine what strategies are having the greatest impact. Together, these lenses help us to make informed decisions that best support our students. So let's jump in. We begin with student voice. Panorama survey data provides valuable insight into how students perceive their experiences in school, including their relationships, social emotional skills, and overall well-being. For students in grades 4 and 5, we saw positive gains in several key areas. Supportive relationships remained exceptionally strong at 91% favorable, while positive feelings and social awareness both increased. Self-management remained stable. These results suggest our elementary students continue to feel connected and supported while building critical social emotional skills. And these were based off of 934 responses. We also collected feedback from students in grades 6 through 12, allowing us to examine school climate, belonging, relationships, and social emotional competencies at the secondary level. There are several encouraging trends in our secondary data. Positive feelings increased by 6 percentage points, social awareness increased by 5 points, and self-management increased by 3. School climate, sense of belonging, and supportive relationships all remained strong. At the same time, areas such as cultural awareness and action and social perspective taking indicate opportunities for continued growth. These results will help guide targeted social emotional learning supports and student engagement efforts during the upcoming school year.
So let's move into discipline. Let's start off with in-school suspension. As you'll notice here, there is an increase year over year in these areas for in-school suspension. I want to point out, though, that in-school suspension is less exclusionary than out-of-school suspension, and students are still in school. They are still engaged in learning activities, and they're still receiving support in the school community at this time. An increase in in-school suspension needs to be taken interpreted in the context of all of our discipline trends, particularly out-of-school suspensions. And as we move into out-of-school suspensions, what we're looking at here is how many out-of-school suspension incidents have occurred. What we see here is that there is actually an increase for out-of-school suspensions for female students, but we have a drop year over year in several of these areas. The increase in out-of-school suspensions for female students doesn't currently represent a significant gender-based disparity. However, we are monitoring this trend and examining it to further identify opportunities to continue to support schools in reversing this trend. As we look at out-of-school suspension rate by demographic, what we're viewing here is how common were out-of-school suspensions relative to the size of that particular demographic population. In other words, what percentage of students in that demographic has received at least one out-of-school suspension? As you'll see, female students became somewhat more likely to experience suspension, but overall, rates of out-of-school suspension have declined across several student groups. Asian student out-of-school suspension rates have increased. However, the subgroup size is small, and those year-over-year comparisons need to be interpreted cautiously due to the size of that subgroup. The district is continuing to work to continue to examine discipline data by race, gender, school, grade level, and incident to try to identify patterns and inform prevention and intervention efforts. What you're looking at here are students repeatedly experiencing out-of-school suspensions. And below it, you see the total enrollment numbers to give you some context. As we move into next steps, it's important to start off by talking about the impact of this work. First of all, our priority 4 goal has been met. We have a 10% reduction in out-of-school suspensions across most of our subgroup areas. We have received valuable feedback and support from students, families, school staff, and administration to guide this work, and this process has led to valuable input for our strategic planning. While we have reduced our out-of-school suspensions year over year, these reductions have not eliminated racial disparities in disciplinary outcomes. This highlights the need for continued focus on equitable discipline practices and restorative practices. This reduction it really is the work of our schools. It's the work of our schools. It's a credit to the students. We are supporting that work. As we move into next steps, I want to make it clear that we are continuing to help schools better understand their data, as this level of analysis helps schools identify room for improvement and helps them coordinate with school and district staff to ensure that students have the support that they need. Our work with community collaborators such as Boomerang, particularly with ensuring that all schools have individuals on staff trained in restorative practices, has helped to reduce exclusionary discipline practices year over year. Through the use of professional learning, wraparound supports, and work across multiple departments, our focus has been to continuously improve the way we support schools in their efforts to support the whole child. Our next steps are collaborative meetings with district and school personnel to discuss current interventions and the need for additional support. We're going to expand the RISE program in all secondary schools, targeted SEL lessons to address decreases in areas indicated in panorama results, continue to support the school-based efforts to ensure that students understand the student code of conduct, behavioral expectations, and available supports, gather feedback on supportive measures and targeted interventions through secondary student roundtables and conversations with students repeatedly experiencing out-of-school suspensions.
Attendance remains a critical focus area because students must be present to benefit from instruction. One measure we use is average daily attendance, or ADA, which reflects the percentage of students attending school on a typical day. An ADA of 95% means that 95 out of every 100 students are present and learning. The following slides highlight attendance trends across the district and our ongoing efforts to address chronic absenteeism. So at the elementary level, we observed positive growth nearly across all schools, with several schools increasing attendance by 1 to 2 percentage points over the previous year. While most schools remain slightly below the district goal of 95% attendance, the overall trend reflects progress in the effectiveness of school-based attendance efforts. For our middle schools, they remained relatively stable with one school showing a 2 percentage point increase. Although all schools remain below the 95% goal, maintaining stable attendance at this level provides a foundation for continued improvement. At the high school level, attendance remains an important opportunity area for OCS. Although rates remain below our district goal of 95%, the data helps us to identify where targeted supports and interventions can have the greatest impact. Our focus moving forward will be on strengthening student engagement, addressing barriers to attendance, and ensuring students remain connected to the academic and support services they need to be successful. While average daily attendance tells us how many students are present on a typical day, chronic absenteeism helps us identify students who are missing significant amounts of instructional time throughout the year. In North Carolina, a student is considered chronically absent when they miss 10% or more of the days they are enrolled, regardless of whether those absences are excused, unexcused, or related to disciplinary actions. Unlike ADA, chronic absenteeism provides a more complete picture of students who may be at risk for falling behind academically due to missed learning opportunities. This data continues to help us identify trends, target supports, and focus interventions where they are needed most. Reducing chronic absenteeism remains a key district priority because consistent attendance is essential to student success. This slide highlights chronic absenteeism across student groups. While some groups experience decreases, others continue to experience higher rates of absenteeism. The overall district rate remains higher than our strategic goal, emphasizing the need for continued intervention and targeted support. This data helps us identify where resources and strategies should be concentrated moving forward. Throughout this year, we've implemented a variety of attendance initiatives focused on awareness, prevention, and intervention. These efforts included attendance campaigns, family outreach, attendance-focused events, community partnerships, and targeted communication designed to reinforce the message that attendance matters every day. This work has strengthened collaboration amongst schools, families, and our community partners. Moving forward, we'll continue partnering with schools to review attendance data, identify barriers, and strengthening our intervention area efforts. We'll also leverage Panorama and attendance data together to guide social-emotional learning supports, monitor cohort outcomes, and ensure attendance remains integrated within our MTSS framework. Our goal is not simply improved attendance numbers, but increased student engagement and connection to school.
All right, good evening. So tonight I'm going to provide a brief overview of our school-based mental health and social-emotional learning efforts across Orange County schools this academic school year. So I'm going to first walk through some of our school-based mental health data, and then I will highlight some of the successes, partnerships, trainings, and supports that help strengthen student wellness and social-emotional learning across Orange County schools. So as of May 22nd, 2026, Orange County School has made 260 school-based mental health referrals across the district, with 193 students actively receiving services and 18 students currently on wait list. So when we're reviewing this data, it's important to understand that each agency supports our students a little differently, which explains some of the patterns that we see here on the screen. So for example, Daybreak Health is one of our newer mental health partners and officially began serving students in January of this year, so their referral and service numbers are naturally lower at this point in the year. Like Gaggle Therapy, Daybreak provides virtual mental health services, which helps increase flexibility and access for our students and families. Gaggle Therapy also provides virtual therapy support for both students and staff, helping remove some of the barriers that can come with assessing that traditional in-person service. You see on the screen, Piedmont Health, they serve as our on-campus clinician model at assigned schools, meaning that they are on campus the full duration of the school day, all right, which is why they ultimately have the highest number of students seen. So in addition to students referred during this current school year, Piedmont also continues supporting students who are already receiving services from the previous school year. And I also want to note that the gap between referrals and students actively receiving services does not necessarily mean that these students are not being supported, okay? So in many of the situations, there may be insurance mismatches, referral to higher level of care outside the school setting, or families may decline services or stop responding during the intake process. Overall, this data reflects both the growing mental health needs we continue to see among students and the strong partnerships and support that we have in place across Orange County schools. So this year, we continue strengthening both mental health and social emotional learning supports across the district through prevention, intervention, staff training, and community partnerships. So we continued implementing Teen Mental Health First Aid for all of our 9th grade students. We expanded trauma-informed training opportunities through Sparks and Bounce Back for our student support staff. And we increased youth mental health first aid opportunities, not only for our staff, but also for our parents and guardians to help our families feel more prepared to recognize and respond to youth mental health concerns. This year, Orange County Schools also collaborated with Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools to host our annual Health and Wellness Fair, which connects students, families, and staff with local mental health providers and wellness resources. From an SEL perspective, we continued providing Rethink Ed training and support opportunities for our staff across all grade levels, while also recognizing schools and staff members with the highest utilization and the most growth in implementation this academic year. We also continued increasing resources, professional development opportunities, and mental health training for our counselors, social workers, nurses, and other support staff across the district. And so overall, this work reflects our continued commitment to creating safe, supportive, and connected learning environments for students and staff across Orange County schools. So our next steps. So as we move into next school year, our focus will be on continuing to strengthen the systems that are already in place, while we also expand access to support for students, staff, and our families. So some of our next steps include continuing to expand and strengthen our school-based mental health partnerships, increasing our youth mental health first aid training opportunities for our staff and families in both English and Spanish, and continuing teen mental health first aid training for all of our 9th grade students. We will also continue Sparks and Bounce Back training opportunities for our student support staff, while increasing additional SEL, suicide prevention, and mental health awareness opportunities for students across grade levels. And then finally, we will continue utilizing our district-approved SEL curriculum and resources to support student wellness and positive school climate across Orange County schools. I will now pass it over to Ms. Kimberly DeGraffenreid to discuss family and community engagement.
Good evening. Our family and community engagement initiatives for this year were successful. The Family Academy offerings continue to be based on community feedback, expressed needs by our schools and families, and topics that are relevant to our school communities. From our ever-popular Hispanic Heritage Celebration to our Back to School Fair, Black History Month celebration, and Health and Wellness Fair, our families continue to share how these engagement opportunities are impactful. They also provide valuable feedback that includes praise for the district's cultural awareness and appreciation, praise for our hardworking family liaisons, gratitude to OCS for creating space for parents to ask how their students can be supported each school year, and express the interest in having more engagement opportunities with their child's school. As we continue to implement and maintain ongoing, effective, and meaningful engagement methods to strengthen communication and relationships between schools, families, and the community for the next school year, we will restructure how we engage with our families to continue to strengthen those connections and engagement within our schools. The restructure will include themed engagement events themed engagement events for each quarter instead of monthly, and will be in collaboration with our schools. For the 26-27 quarterly themes of engagement, they are attendance, learning differences, preparing for the future, and health and well-being. This restructure will enhance our family and community engagement initiatives by including school-level engagement opportunities based on the quarterly themes, as well as curated SEL lessons and engagement programs created by our community partners that support each theme. Schools will receive a district newsletter for each quarter to help our schools increase their capacity for additional engagement and provide guidance on how to engage with each quarterly theme, also providing coordination support in requesting various programs from our community partners. Our district will also continue our cultural celebrations. We will also continue our youth mental health first aid parent training and include it as a parent academy, and continue our district coordinated family academy events that will highlight the theme for each quarter. Next, you will hear updates about the School Champions pilot from Mr. Kevin Smith.
We've heard about the goals in Priority 4, and one of the strategies that we adopted for the last school year to help make sure that Priority 4 was achieved was to strengthen two-way communication between school, home, and the community by establishing a school champion program. As any of you who have been in the classroom know, one of the most important steps that we do after we teach and after we get to know the students that we're teaching is we check for understanding. And as we've learned from feedback on the 2026-2031 strategic plan, two-way communication is something that came up again and again in focus groups and in survey results. And so this was a really important pilot project for us to begin, and we had some promising starts and some things to look forward to for the future. Being involved in a focus group or other district-led program is not something brand new. The floor is high here in Orange County Schools, where people can volunteer, they can be part of parent-teacher organizations, school improvement teams, the Equity Task Force and Special Needs Advisory Council, AIG Advisory, and this year there was the opportunity for the School Champions Program. Families were invited to apply to participate and join monthly meetings during the 25-26 school year and build community with both current and prospective OCS families. Our goal was simply to find a group of family members who wanted to engage, learn more so that they could support their own children and schools, as well as be advocates for the district and advance our mission and vision in the community. And again, we planted the seed and had some promising results with some thoughts about next steps. We had 8 applicants from 7 schools, which reflects the way this program has been implemented in other districts where I spoke with colleagues like myself in communications and family engagement. And the fact is, a new program is exactly that, new. And so if there's going to be an enhancement of two-way communication in the future, then continued attention to this is already something that's been written into our strategic plan. If the draft that you've received and been reviewing, and we'll be talking about later tonight, is going to guide our work, it's mentioned 5 times. Two-way communication is a major theme, and communication is the bridge that allows us to be effective. So we're looking forward to continued improvement in this area. We had remote meetings offered via Zoom, and interpretation was available every time. We sent email updates between meetings about district initiatives, and this past school year, we had a lot of them. There were many reasons to motivate families and get involved. So the takeaways that we had from our focus group meetings were that families are primarily connecting with their schools. They find the strongest relationships with their teachers, with their principals, and that's something that we've just heard reflected in some of the feedback on Priority 4. Other things that families brought to us was that when they hear from a school or from the district, they want more help coordinating that, which is something we worked on very, very intentionally this school year. And simply put, to summarize in one question, where are our teachers, our schools, and OCS all working together? Families know that they are. It doesn't always show up in communications, and they asked us what we could do differently in that regard. There's a lot to think about for the coming school year. Strategic communications and two-way communication in particular is baked into the strategic plan. So I'm only bringing you results on what I think is a beginning place, planting a seed, a small pilot with some thoughts for how things could move forward into the future. But we know that there's a lot of demand. DPI, North Carolina Public Schools, has between 100 and 150 people signed up statewide to become champions for public education. This is something that we know that families are going to be more and more strongly interested in, as well as folks in the community. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Dr. Dreher, who can take you the rest of the way through this presentation.
Before opening for questions, I would like to thank our school administrators, teachers, specialized instructional support personnel, families, community partners, and district staff, and our Board of Education for their commitment to this work. Across discipline, attendance, mental health, and family engagement, We continue to see evidence that intentional collaboration and student-centered practices are making a difference. While challenges remain, we have made meaningful progress toward the goals outlined in Priority 4 and have clear next steps to continue building a culture where every student feels supported, connected, and empowered to succeed. Thank you, and we welcome any questions.
All right, questions from the board? Sarah?
Yeah, thank you all for the presentation and for all of the hard work all year towards all of these ends. And yeah, there are some good things to celebrate here. Like I imagine moving panorama scores takes time, the discipline takes time, and it's good to see things moving in a positive direction in a number of different places across the board. Good to see the growth of the school-based mental health support, all of these different pieces. I have a couple of suggestions and a question. One is, this is super tactical, but in the presentations where we do the breakouts by demographics and things like that, it would be helpful sometimes to have, it would be helpful on a bunch of those to just have also the total. So like if we're having chronic absenteeism and it shows it for each group, also having like the district average or total of it. So for future presentations, it'd be good to have that.
For chronic absenteeism, or you're just speaking about multiple places?
Generally speaking. So for each of, there was absenteeism, suspensions, like it would just be good to know what the total, the overall is as well.
So for the chronic absenteeism, the district total is at the end of that one, and I believe they were also on some of the disciplines.
Oh, I see it.
discipline side
Okay, I
as
see
well.
that there. Oh, did I miss it on the other ones?
So we broke them up by
Okay.
group, and the district
Okay.
totals are also listed.
Okay, I did not see the total district one on that. Thank you very much for pointing me to that. And I think, I'm not going to go back through and waste everybody's time. I think it might just be the discipline then is the request, yeah, for the overall. And then I love that we're doing the school level engagement opportunities around a theme, like I do to like relating it to Mr. Smith's thing about like families are really tuned into their schools. I think that's like where there's the most hunger from families is my sense of like getting deeper engagement and sort of already the most opportunity because most engagement already exists, so that's exciting. And then with the chronic absenteeism, it's really, like I'm just worried about that number. I know y'all are worried about that number, the chronic absenteeism numbers. And I wonder, are we doing anything like at the school level or the district level that's like earlier intervention, like we know going into next school year who were the kids who were chronically absent last school year? Like are schools doing anything to sort of, I don't know, try to set a different tone for this year? Or is there any thought to any of that?
There is, just when we're reviewing data, I look at it from any data pieces, looking at students from last year, from the previous year that are returning, kind of who are the, I don't want to call them target children, but looking at those students who have those numbers and making those phone calls or reaching out, you know what I mean? And already having them in that MTSS process or, wherever they're aligned to keep in contact, making those parent phone calls and things of that nature, that is happening.
So you think schools are doing that kind of outreach early on? Okay. And then a curiosity, what happens over summer for the school-based mental health? Are students able to continue that over the summer or do they kind of have to take a break?
Yes, they're able to continue. So it's based on student need, family need, and what works best for them. So some students end their sessions and continue back when the school year. Some students end because they wrapped up their sessions, and some students continue throughout the summer.
Okay, thank you.
Carrie?
Thank you. Just a couple quick things. There's so much in this presentation. Thank you so much. This is a really robust presentation, and so much of it is super positive with those different, the survey results, both the 4th through 5th graders and the 6th through 12. Those are some really positive trends. I mean, those are strong numbers continuing to trend overall in the right direction. So I appreciate all that growth. And a portion of that, I mean, I think the mental health first aid, which a number of us have done that training as well. Those are great programs to continue growing. I know you know that. I just want to echo that. And it's a little bit sad that our cultural awareness and action number dropped a little bit. I was thinking about all the community, like the FACE category, all the different community engagement, and there was also a lot around, we had to have so much around strategic planning. I think some people's capacity to be at events, thankfully, we had a lot of participation in the strategic planning. That was many events. So I'm hoping, as we're not drawing as much of our community into strategic planning nights, like we had so many of, that we can get like better attendance at some of the culture events. I was noticing the attendance and thinking about, a lot of the stress and anxiety that our immigrant communities were experiencing. So looking at how those numbers were a portion of that, but noticing also we had some increased attendance, absenteeism in Black student groups as well. And, not sure if there's a connection there, and particularly this is high school. So I'm just wondering what some of these trends are about, since our younger grades didn't see some of those increases in chronic absenteeism. Do you have any thoughts about why, in addition to like some of that alarm for the immigrant community, what else could have increased some absenteeism in our high school students?
I know a lot of it was around some of the events that were taking place in the middle of the year. And then we just think about all of the other varieties of things, whether it be jobs, some of them are working and also helping to take care of families, just different things that are happening. A big portion of that was the events of the middle of the year, where we saw a lot of that increase as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all this. I just really have one question, and it has to do as we move forward with the strategic plan and with the pillars that are so focused on communication. As we hear about this, and especially things like Family Academy, mental health programming, communication with families, there's a question about who are we reaching and who are we not reaching? And I love the focus, the recognition of school-based communication versus district-level communication. But there's a question about who are we reaching with communication, and to what extent is that affecting participation? And more importantly, who are we not who are we not reaching? So it's really a aspirational question about, as we move forward with the strategic plan, but to looking at how effectively is our communication working. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, others?
I do. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I look forward to all the family academies. I just can't help myself but to make a correction. They were not events. They were attacks in the immigrant community, and it was very inhumane, and they continue. So I feel that I needed to make that correction because they're not just simple events. But thank you for all the work you're doing. It's great, and I look forward to growing with the district and seeing hopefully the changes with students really coming to school and us helping as a district so they can, in a way, excel for that missing time in school. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you very much for giving us all the information and working with this and putting it all together. Very important information, and y'all done a great job giving us that information. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I just wanted to say thank you as well for all the data and the reflection, especially the reflection part. And it's just very impressive how this has evolved year over year, and being able to see the data, the trends, and also identifying areas that we can work on. On the Family Academy, I know that OSNAC was talking about trying to do family academies. Has there been any discussions about how that would fit into those categories, because they're a little different than some of the categories in there. And I was just curious if y'all have had those discussions yet.
Sure. So OSNAC would definitely fit into all of our 4 themes for next year. There's the attendance piece, definitely the learning differences, talking about how to prepare our students with special needs for the future, and health and well-being applies to all of us. So OSNAC has every opportunity within those 4 themes to be a part and provide input.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. The last one I had was just a question. One of the things we were looking at doing was doing more collaboration with the county and potentially Chapel Hill through our joint meetings. And one of the last items they said to us was they were going to invite us to their quarterly meeting. I was just curious if we have been invited yet.
Good evening again. We're actually in the process right now of trying to coordinate schedules. They were actually trying to schedule meetings with me and my job-alike counterpart in Chapel Hill during the end of testing and also during graduation. And so both of us responded and asked that they please hold off and let us get through all of that. So someone from their office was actually going to reach back out to us and coordinate a time that we could actually get together and begin those conversations. And so right now, that meeting is in the process of being scheduled, but yes, we are going to start that process.
Fantastic. I'm just excited to hear that started. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the time putting this data together and presenting tonight.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next, we have our annual Ombuds report.
All righty, good evening again, everybody. Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, Dr. Jones, members of the public here with us. I have the great opportunity to give my annual Ombuds report for school year 2025-2026. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to talk about similar data and statistics that I showed you last year for this year, but this, for the first time, I will give you a corollary of comparisons from last year to this year. So I want to start again in grounding us in what the International Ombuds Association standards of practice are. So these 4 areas are what guide the conversations I have with visitors. These conversations are confidential, they are independent, they are impartial, and they're informal. So these are the standards of practice that guide the work that myself does as an Ombuds practitioner and my colleagues across the country and across the world. So here is a breakdown of the number of visitors that I saw this year from 2025 to 2026. The one on the left is by month, and the one on the right is by quarter. So I wanted to make sure and bring year over year similar statistics, which you will notice on these charts and in my annual report added. The one major thing that I do have to mention is about a 51% decrease in the total number of visitors I saw from year 1 to year 2. And you'll see that in the additional charts here. So this is just month and quarter. So now it's going to be broken down by classified versus certified. And on the right is the uniform reporting categories. So that is how each individual interaction with a visitor was coded. So that's your one on your right. And the one on the left is classified versus certified. All right, so now let's look at year-over-year comparisons. So as I mentioned, I saw 49 visitors my first year. I saw 29 visitors this year, 25, sorry. It's 51% decrease. Now I will say, if you look on the chart on the left, it's almost exactly identical, classified versus certified, year over year, almost to the percentage point. And then my return visitors, I just want to make sure and put that, because I do see returners. Obviously, with a larger number of people seen in the first year, you'll see a large number of returners, a smaller number of returners, but I still did see returners come back for multiple conversations this year. So the left, again, is year over year, classified versus certified. The right is year over year, returning visitors. So now it's a direct comparison between the uniform reporting categories of 2024-25 and 25-26. Obviously, the first big thing here is the total number of visitors was about 51% decrease, so that's going to play a large part in the numbers you're seeing here. But you'd see a drop in service administration, but you do see an increase from our peer and colleague relationships. But overall, because the numbers are much lower, they're going to look very much skewed. I do want to continue to highlight the work that I've been doing as part of my Ombud side. I was very, very proud, excited, and honestly a little nervous to present to my colleagues at the Regional Ombuds Group. And I do have to say a shout out to the curriculum instruction team, Dr. Pack and Ms. Morris, who really helped me out in having the unique opportunity to be at principals meetings, which I do really enjoy. I learned a lot about explicit instruction and cognitive load theory. So I was able to create an opportunity to take what we are working with our principals and our administration on and collaborate and correlate it with my work on I Do, We Do, You Do, and teach that to my ombuds colleagues. I was really excited to make this kind of connection together because, I mean, it's been definitely transformative this year. So that was the first time I've ever presented to the regional group. For context, this is a group of ombuds practitioners, mostly in universities and college settings. Some are in cities and townships, and some of them in for-profit and in government. So I wanted to have this is the first time I presented to this group to really highlight the work that we're doing in K-12 and how that impacts, directly correlate the work we do as ombuds practitioners. So I was very excited to be able to do that. I'm continued to be a member in the International Ombuds Association. This year I did take on an additional role as a member of the International Ombuds Association and joined the events committee. It helped plan the international conference that went on in April, which was a phenomenal experience. I'm excited to continue that process moving forward. Through that one, I got a chance to now join another group. So this is the Mid-Atlantic Ombuds group. So now I have three. Oh, let's see if I can get these right. I have the K-12 group, I have a regional group, and I have a Mid-Atlantic group. And I'm also on the events committee for the International Ombuds Association. So what does this mean? I got super involved, like super involved. So I was very happy to be a part of all those ones. I also appreciation to the human resources team to be able to present at as many of the new employee orientations as I could possibly be at. I've gotten great feedback from new employees when I meet them out in the schools and the community about how, oh yeah, I remember seeing you on new employee orientation. So that's a big deal for me as well. And I'm proud to continue to find the levels of involvement and then bring that information back. And maybe next year I'll look to present at the national conference. We'll see. Got a couple of something. So as always, want to wrap up with contact information and letting all staff know that any staff can reach out to me. I do value and I really appreciate the opportunity to serve as your employee ombudsman because these conversations I have with staff are true acts of bravery. And I am happy and I am proud and I'm dedicated to be able to be that source of support, that source of guidance for them as well. So with that, I will turn it over to any questions you may have.
All right, any questions from anyone? Carrie?
Can I just say briefly, I know we always say this, but I'm so glad you do this role, Franklin. And, you know, there isn't an OMSBUD as far as I know where I work. And I just think that would be such a wonderful person to meet as a new employee. I mean, I'm just so glad there's this job that meets your personality in addition to the job you already have serving us, where you are also like an ombuds of sort for the board. So thank you.
All right. Sarah?
Yeah, just appreciation for the work that you're doing and for sort of sharing the trends across all of it. And I'm glad to see you sharing what you've learned with the other conferences and things. And I'm just thinking about like the decline in visitors, and I'm curious, like maybe some of that was last year the first year? So it might have been a sort of like first push and like lots of people came. There's also like our teacher working conditions survey. I mean, that doesn't cover all of our staff, but they're most of the people who visit, and like those results are improving. So maybe there's sort of fewer things that rise to that level. But I'm curious if you're thinking of any strategies to like get out, like what are your strategies for next year to like get out in the schools and kind of remind folks? Get out implied a particular strategy. What are you thinking about, like making sure people know they really can reach out to you?
Well, the first thing is, as I continue to try to be in schools as much as possible. The more that I'm in schools, the more people see who I am, the more people understand the work that I'm doing and the opportunity to tell about, I'm here for you. The more I do that, the more they feel comfortable. Because at the end of the day, as I mentioned, it's an act of bravery. I can tell you all day that I'm your employee ombuds, all staff, but they still have to be able to take that leap to come to see me. So the more that I'm out there, they see me level of involvement. That could be anything from, emceeing the Special Olympics to working at Stars of Education or being on a committee. So like the more I'm able to be involved like that and get out into schools or go out and, judge a competition or a door decorating or get involved in something at a school, I think for me, that helps to continue to show there's someone that you can reach out to. As new employees come on, I take new employee orientation really seriously because that's a great way to level set about the opportunity. So to really answer your question, as I mentioned, like professionally, just continue to get more involved, continue to get more in schools, so that way they feel comfortable reaching out to me.
Bonnie?
So I noticed maybe, imitation is the best form of flattery. And I think Chapel Hill Schools just announced an ombuds. Did you see that?
I did not.
But they connected it with community relations. And I was thinking about that because you also play an important role with our volunteer coordinators. And I was curious if families come to you, outsiders come to you with questions too. Are you finding that?
So the answer is yes. If I'm at a STEM night with my kids, or I'm out at athletic field, or I'm out at the Special Olympics, and someone comes and asks me a question, then I answer it to the best of my ability. So to answer your question, yes, they do. And I'm always going to do the best that I can and as transparent as I can to be able to answer them. So I have seen a little bit more of that. That could be just come from being more involved in schools. I have children that are a little bit older now. I have other family members in high school, so I'm being more actively involved. But yes, to answer your question.
Food for thought. Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Do you have a shirt that says ombuds when you go to school, the schools? Just
No.
in case they don't know who you are?
I do not have a shirt that says ombuds. I could think about it, but I mean, honestly, with the shirt that I should wear is a shirt for the school I'm going into, so they feel comfortable me going into their space because it's their culture and I want to be a part of what they're doing. So I should have like an ombuds shirt that like highlights each school, so they know that I'm an ombuds for all employees.
All right.
Thank you, Franklin. You do a tremendous amount for a lot of people in this district, and thank you.
You're welcome. I would be remiss to say shout out again to the board for putting this position in place, and I'm honored to serve. Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to add one quick thing. I just really appreciate you also including the uniform reporting categories because, when you read them, they're not obvious. So I really appreciate you actually including it in the actual report. And also us being able to see, the categories that people are coming in, not just one thing, that it's across the gambit, which means people are comfortable to come to you for a gambit of things. So thank you for all you do and really appreciate all your hard work in our schools.
You're welcome. I will say one additional thing. It's by no means a fast process, but the International Ombuds Association over the next several years is going through a very deep dive in uniform reporting categories. So I can foresee in the future those categories begin to adjust, they begin to change. They're reaching out to us as ombud practitioners to be involved in this process. But like I said, it's slow. There's thousands of us all over the world that are giving our feedback. It goes to their board of directors, and there'll be some changes. So I could see in the next couple of years that uniform reporting categories list that you see at the end of my annual report could change in time. And I would welcome that as an opportunity.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, next, under discussion and action, we have our safety and security update.
All right, well, good evening, board, Dr. Jones, and community members. Tonight, I'm going to bring you some updates from the Safety and Security Department and a recommendation. But before I do so, let's see. Just kind of want to go over the why for this. So Orange County Schools is always looking for ways to improve, looking for ways to minimize incidents or crimes that occur on our campus. We're also looking at ways that we can educate our stakeholders as visitors, staff, parents, et cetera. And one of those ways is to improve the gaps in communication. Also, looking for ways to, if we do have to have a security investigation of some sort, ways to improve the efficiency of it so that staff members or law enforcement is not bogged down with the investigation. They can get back to their other daily responsibilities. And overall, to improve the quality of someone's experience within Orange County schools, that's school-wide and that's also district-wide, ultimately making things safer. I do have some talking notes. So first, we'll go over physical security. Physical security, it's not just the the material things. It's also signage and so technology and signage. But so back in 2025, so March of 2025, Orange County Schools went through a transition from an old, outdated security system, and we wanted to improve. So some of those improvements include camera upgrades, they include access control, and visitor management. So if you look at the picture to the right, that is our current visitor management system. So small, if you recall our old system, Identikid, this one is a smaller footprint, same capabilities, a little bit more advanced, but it's a smaller footprint. So you have an iPad and a printer, so it's not taking up too much space. And we have received very positive feedback from schools when they utilize these. Parking lot attendance. So currently Orange High School and Cedar Ridge High School have parking lot attendants that are stationed in the guard shacks within their student parking lots. This is a fantastic thing. So first of all, I want to thank the board for approving this. So some of their daily responsibilities, obviously when students come on campus, whether it's late arrival or if they're leaving for early dismissal. Second thing is, one of the things we've obviously had to turn around, whether it be a visitor or someone that's not supposed to be in a parking lot, and redirect them to the front office area. But then also they're an extra set of eyes and an extra set of ears. So they get their steps in for sure. Yes, so exercise is part of their their job description. But one of the things is they're able to be vigilant within that parking lot. So if they see something, if they hear something, they're a radio away from an administrator or a school resource officer who can actually take that extra step and be there within a very efficient time. The next two, security signage and clear bag policy. So back in 2024, Orange County Schools adopted a clear bag policy for events and then also athletic events. So if you are going to show up to an event, it's supposed to be a clear bag. So this sign right here on the bottom is actually posted near an entrance so that it can get your attention so that it can hopefully save you some steps before getting too far. The next one, security signage. So safety and security, maintenance, and public information, we all collaborated together to come up with these signs as you see on the screen. So these come in a 3-in-1 sign where you see in the bottom center and on the left, and then also individual signs. So the 3-in-1 signs are actually strategically placed at our vehicular entrances. They're nice and large so that they grab the attention of either the driver or occupants of the vehicle to kind of get their attention prior to parking. The individual signs are strategically placed as well throughout our campuses. Some examples of that will include near school entry doors, athletic entrances, and in bus lots. And as you can see, obviously, it's going over trespassing, what type of contraband's not allowed on our campuses, and then also visitors. If you look at the bottom right of each one of those signs, there's a QR code. So when you scan it, it actually brings you to a page on the safety and security page of our district website for laws and general statutes within North Carolina pertaining to these signs, and then also Orange County Schools policy as well. So the next thing that we'll touch on is crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED for short. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of this, but I was actually fortunate enough back in April of 2025 to get my certification in crime prevention. And that is, you take a 40-hour basic class, and then you take a 24-hour advanced class, all within 2 consecutive years, to get your CPTED professional designation, or CPD for short. This is a 4-year certification, and in order to maintain that certification, all you have to do is take an additional 16 hours of a specialized class prior to your certification lapsing. So just to give you an idea of what CPTED is and what the premise is behind it. So it's the proper design and the effective use of the built environment, which can lead to a reduction in incidents and the ultimate fear of crime on a campus or in an environment, and it ultimately will improve the quality of life. So first, when I first touched on what Orange County Schools is doing to improve trying to minimize incidents on crime, crime prevention, CPTED is actually one of the ways that we can do that. So what it is, there's 4 pillars to CPTED: natural surveillance, natural access control, territorial reinforcement and maintenance. And these, so the top left photo, you'll see some vegetation, and I'm not sure if you can really see what's inside of that, but if you go down to the bottom left, that is actually what was buried within the vegetation. So our own maintenance department actually trimmed that back, and now that is a fully functional gate, to where during the school day, we close that gate so that we don't allow through traffic on one of our campuses for safety reasons. The top right photo, if you look towards the building, you'll see shrubbery, overgrown shrubs all along the side of the building. When you look at the bottom picture, you'll see that there's no shrubs there. So this is a couple things. First, CPTED actually utilizes what's called a 2-foot, 6-foot rule. So shrubs and bushes are not to exceed 2 feet in height, and lower tree canopies are not to be below 6 foot. That's for a good line of sight. So what we ended up doing here, we removed all the vegetation from there, and it allows for natural surveillance. So there's more sunlight that can actually get into the building. So obviously, you know, there's a psychological effect on learning, but also it gives the perception that there are eyes on someone that potentially might want to cause harm. That could be during the day, that can be at night, but by us having a good maintenance plan in place, we can actually not only beautify our campus, but also keep it safer as well. So over the summer, I will be working with our maintenance department on, I've already started the process for going around, have aerials of each one of our campuses and circled kind of where the overgrown vegetation is, and we'll be working with maintenance to establish a short-term and a long-term plan as to how we can beautify and make our campuses that much safer. So for this one, I am now moving to the recommendation. So this is going to be in a 2-part phase. So it's going to have equipment, and there's also going to have a contracted services. So at this time, Orange County Schools is bringing a recommendation forward to purchase, to move to the next phase in order to purchase 10 to 12 metal detectors for our athletic events. Now, these would be for our higher attendance athletic events. And the estimated cost is around $150,000. That is for the equipment. Now, for funding, Orange County Schools has been very fortunate in the past to actually be awarded through grant funding for the through the Center for Safer Schools. Unfortunately, with the budget of North Carolina, that's still kind of being on hold. If we get the green light tonight to move forward to the next phase, I will be reaching out to the regional rep to see if there is anything in the future, near future, to actually be awarded an opportunity for grant. And also, I will be on the lookout for other grant opportunities as well. So anything that can help Orange County Schools and not have to pay out of our funding sources. So the second piece is a contracted service. So one of the things for this recommendation is if we are to utilize metal detectors at athletic events, we do not want, and I say we, Orange County Schools, do not want our own staff operating and manning these. We want a trained, certified contracted service to operate these. That would be their skill set. They would be very familiar with this. Now, obviously, that would be an additional cost. That would be, so if we do happen to get the green light, I will be working with athletics and trying to figure out what kind of budget we can set aside and how much money would be needed for these higher attendance events. So just kind of want to bring to light, so there's been an extensive amount of research that has been conducted on this, both internal and external. We'll start with the internal first. So I conducted site walks at all 5 of our schools that have athletics. Those site walks included with administration from school, with the school resource officer, and with the athletic director from each school. From there, when I met on site, I was able to see kind of how the position and the setup would actually be for the metal detectors, to see how many machines would actually be needed per event. And then it gave an opportunity for them to provide feedback. That's anything from positive feedback to negative feedback from their point of view to see what would be beneficial for me to bring back to the district. The second piece to that is conducted external research. That external research was anything from demos, whether it be in-person demos or whether it be virtual demo, and also speaking with other school districts around North Carolina that actually already utilize either weapons detection or metal detectors. So I was able to ask them some questions, trying to figure out how it best suits them to bring back to our district. Now, the recommendation that I'm bringing forward, and I do want to preface this is obviously from my research through everything that I've seen, so this doesn't take away from any other machine or instrument. But my recommendation is to bring a traditional style metal detector to Orange County Schools for a few reasons. So first, it will allow for a wide range of items. So the research that I've conducted, ferrous and non-ferrous items, and what that means is iron containing versus little to no iron. So it just gives a traditional style metal detector just gives a wider range of opportunity. The second piece is, and this is probably one of the bigger pieces, is long-term. There are no long-term costs associated with this. And what I mean by that, there's no subscription fees, there's no leasing. Once we purchase the machines, they're ours to keep. So the ones that I've been researching, 3-year warranty. The material is covered up to around 10 years. So that seems like a very good return on investment. And they're easy to operate. Now, obviously, the ease of operation that comes with, if we were to have a skilled contractor come in and actually run and operate these. This is something that they're used to. So ease might be a little bit different in their eyes versus someone who's never operated this. But I do want to point out that obviously going from an external athletic event to an internal athletic event, one of the positives for this, it's dual battery and plug-in capable. So that is one thing that I have gotten feedback on before. So when you move them, you don't have to worry about finding an extension cord or something along that. And one of the most important pieces on this is they're tools at the end of the day. So it's part of a layered approach to security. So this will never replace anyone or anything. We're going to do it in conjunction with what we already have. So that's obviously the people that we have in place, clear bags, the signage that we use, and any other thing that we already currently have in place. Questions? Yes.
What is the price of a traditional metal detector? It sounds like it's different than what you just proposed, or am I misunderstanding?
So the research that I've conducted, they're around $10,000. Now, there are other things, and I don't have the proposal in front of me, but there are other things that actually go into whether it's shipping or taxes, other things that actually are associated with the overall total. Now, that tend to, back here, I don't know if that'll, if you go to the last slide for me, please. Thank you. So the 10 to 12 units, and just to give you an idea where that comes from, so 5 schools, the 10 would be 2 per school. The additional 2 would be 1 additional for Cedar Ridge High, 1 additional for Orange High. That's just a larger school. They may have more going on at any given time, or with an extra entrance. But to answer your question, from what I recall, they're about $10,000 per unit.
Thank you. Yeah. How much does it cost to operate, like for an event, how much will it, roughly, will a contractor cost?
So what I've received so far, and this is just the very early stages, obviously, and this was, I think, a few weeks ago when I actually looked at it. So those hourly rates, they fluctuate, but the last that I've seen, around $42 an hour. The price of contracted services is not cheap, especially with someone who's skilled in that set to operate the machine. And that's just one.
Will there be 2 of those, right?
What do you mean?
How many of the?
Yeah, so per unit, the recommendation would be for 2 unarmed guards, is what I'm going to call them, to actually be there. One would be operational for the metal detector, and the other one would be on standby for secondary search, so that we can continue the flow of visitors, to continue a smooth transition into the athletic event.
Yeah, so it's a really simple, I mean, I'm not looking for a precise number, but roughly how much will it cost per event, and how many events a year will we be operating, will we have to cover? So, I don't know if this is tens of thousands or more per year, and where does that funding come from?
Yeah, so if I get the green light tonight, this is where that research would come in to figure out how much a budget would need to be set for this upcoming school year. So I don't have that information off the top of my head right now.
To further expound on that, as Mr. Poole has said, we are looking at multiple funding sources. Actually, I have a budget meeting going into next year with finance on next week. And so we're looking at the revenue that we've generated from facility rentals, as well as some other buckets of money that could help offset some of the costs that your question is referring to.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mr. Poole for the presentation, and this is something we've this isn't just a new ask, this is something we've been talking about. I think I'm definitely supportive of moving this direction. And so it seems like this is within capital funding, budget. So we're not asking to use our local operating fund, but some of this is one, even if it was not ideal, and I'm not saying this is, but even if we were able to purchase them and maybe, I don't know, not use them as much frequently the first year, but there could be some ramp up, or the purchase would be this year, so other years we'd have more money for manning them. So but we need to take a first step, and I'm supportive of this purchase.
And this is a priority for the district, as the upgrade in the camera system, as well as the things that Mr. Pooh has mentioned. And so we were going to strategize to make sure that nothing operationally is left undone. But this is a priority that we will transfer some money to support this, should the board approve this tonight.
Ann?
I'd just like to add, a former principal in me is happy to see this. I also want to thank you for what you have done to the camera system in this district, because if you hadn't been here and you hadn't lived it, you really didn't know how bad it was. But I know now, and have talked to many principals, and they're ecstatic with the amount of detail that you can see with those cameras now. And so I just want to thank you for the forethought and all the thought that you have put in to all of this. And I, right now, think that this is the way to go. We need to move on this, act on this, and get it going. Thank you for what you do.
Sarah?
Yeah, I just want to echo the thanks for your attention to the safety and security of the whole district, all of the improvements that have been made over the last several years. Just really, really appreciate all of the careful work around this. I have some concerns about the total cost of this and our lack of the Center for Safer Schools grants and some of those funding sources. And I don't personally want to pull a lot of money away from other capital projects and things for it. I would be more in favor, we'll see where the board goes, but I would be more in favor of starting smaller, seeing if we can get the Center for Safer Schools grant. I'm really, the contracted services, I think it's right that we don't want staff doing it, but if it's, $42 an hour times 2 people times 3 hours for one event, that's $250 just for that one event. So the scale of all middle, all high school, all the event, it could be a lot of money, and money is very tight right now. And so I'm uncomfortable with that scale that we're talking about, even though I think probably moving in the direction of some metal detectors is the right move. So just sharing where I'm at, but I appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Could you, and I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. These events, are they typically 3 hours, or is it more like 4 or 5? And the second question, because there was a question about the funding. So the equipment comes from capital, but the staff comes from operating, correct? From some operating fund, or what is this?
I think once if we're okay to move forward, when we bring it back, we'll have all of that ironed out. The point of tonight, we really didn't want to go too deep into research if the board didn't have an appetite to explore this in general. And so once we have that, we'll bring all of that back, and any combination of where the funding comes from, we'll be able to share that with you. We'll be able to share how much it's going to cost basically per event, and just different options for us to look at together. And wherever we decide to go with it, that's where we're going, and depend on the amount of funding that we have available to do that, and whether or not we receive a grant. So we'll be bringing, I know you have a lot of questions, but we just haven't dug that deep because we just want to make sure you're okay with this before we move forward.
That's very helpful, because I thought you were looking for approval to go ahead with the whole thing, and you're just looking for approval to research it so you can come back to us with hard numbers.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Second. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, make a motion to move forward with the next steps of getting the contract in place for equipment purchase and MOU in place for contracted services.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Motion
Thank you.
carries. All right, next we have our nutrition update.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Jones, cabinet, and community members. I am presenting the update for the school nutrition program update, including the summer food service program, updates from the 25-26 school year, and meal pricing recommendations for 26-27. Let's begin with a look at the summer food service program for 26. We are utilizing two different service models this year, the daily meals and the multi-day meal boxes. To ensure no child is hungry during the summer, these options will be available to children 18 years and younger. Families can also find more information via the Orange County Schools website and contacting the school nutrition office. For the daily meal service, no registration is required, and the meals must be consumed on site. We will provide hot and cold options, and the sites are Union Grove United Methodist Church, Cedar Grove Community Center, Eflin Cheeks Community Center, River Park Elementary School, Cedar Ridge High School, Orange High School, and A.L. Standback Middle. Finally, our popular multi-day meal boxes, it will include 5 days of lunch and breakfast, and pre-registration is preferred, and the operation days would be from June 22nd through July the 29th, and the pickup sites would be Mondays at New Hope, Tuesdays at Pathways, and Wednesdays at Gravelly Hill. Another great opportunity that is available this summer to our families is the Sunbucks. And we are highly encouraging parents to take the quiz for eligibility, which is online at the DC DHHS website to qualify. Looking back on the 25-26 school year, our school nutrition team had major accomplishments. We hosted the NCDPI K-12 Culinary Institute, and we had 5 ladies to become the Orange County School Chef Ambassadors. Congratulations to these ladies. Through the Farm to Fork program, the children at the high schools were excited about having the fresh beef patties, and this year we will be purchasing more of those fresh beef patties from a farmer in Hillsborough this year. Additionally, the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable program successfully served fresh produce twice a week during the school day. They received a fruit and a vegetable to taste, and some of the items that they tasted were fresh asparagus, turnips, candy beets, and papaya from the produce vendor. Our department had their mandatory 5-year federal administrative review. This comprehensive audit was conducted to ensure compliance in the core areas of review related to meal preparation through meal service. Most importantly, we are proud to report from the preliminary report noted no fiscal action and no reclaim of funds. This is a testament to the hard work of the school nutrition team. Now we'll be moving into the information for the meal price increase of 10 cents. While our compliance is strong, our financial sustainability requires regular adjustments. Tonight, we are recommending a minor 10-cent price increase for the upcoming 26-27 school year. Looking at our historical meal prices over the last 4 years, we have not had an increase since 2023. However, external economic conditions are forcing our hand to make a slight adjustment. To provide context, let's look at Orange County Schools meal prices and compare them against the neighboring districts for 25-26. We are working diligently to keep costs low as possible to our families relative to the regional market. To understand why this increase is necessary, we have to look at the realities facing school nutrition programs today. Let's break down some of the costs further. General inflation combined with highly specialized K-12 supply chain products has triggered a dramatic increase in wholesale prices. Our products have to be produced with specifics to ensure compliance to the USDA guidelines. We are going to have to look at and review the raw ingredients costs compared to processed alternatives. Furthermore, there are new guidelines coming down of reducing allowable sugar limits, which will increase our food support sourcing costs. Another major factor is declining participation year after year. When looking from July to March window across the consecutive years, we see a noticeable drop. Please remember that weather, holidays, and days out of school and other factors do have an effect on our participation over the past year and years. The participation drop and the cost spike directly affect our bottom line. Here is a look at our financial snapshot specifically for the month of March over the past 3 years. To ensure this program will remain self-sustaining without affecting the district funds or our fund balance, we must take action with the various steps, such as what we are proposing this evening. We are actively tackling from both sides of the ledger, increasing revenues and decreasing expenses. To increase revenues, we are proposing a modest meal increase adjustment, rolling out campaigns to increase students wanting to eat in the cafeterias, and to make sure to assist more parents with completing free and reduced applications. We are looking at the CEP schools differently so that children want to come to eat and to boost our smart snacks in the schools. To cut expenses, we are streamlining our options so that children will have great choices while following the USD guidelines. We will be processing commodities with preferred products and monitoring labor, improving inventory control, and waste. Based on these factors given in the previous slides, we are looking at various ways to improve the participation and get children to fuel their bodies. We would like to expand our CEP schools also. We have looked at various factors in this decision. Parents not completing free and reduced applications in a timely manner during the transition of CEP to non-CEP schools, the amount of funds needed for school debts, the participation at the 3 schools tend to be low, and because children are not entering the serving line, our supplemental sales are low also. We believe that this increase of the free participation of the meals, as well as increase in supplemental sales, the worry of not having money for meals will no longer be on the minds of the children or their parents. We are preparing our staff for this situation by talking to them about new ways of serving options, using commodities more, reviewing more financial information with them, and forecasting better. We have changed our chemical and produce companies with some cost savings. The menus will be planned in advance and more student-focused. Our formal recommendation tonight is to approve a 10-cent meal price increase across the board for the 26-27 school year and approval of the CEP sites upon validation of NCDPI. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for your continued support and dedication to the school nutrition program. Thank you.
All right, any questions? Sarah?
Just a comment. Thank you for the presentation and these recommendations. And I really appreciate being able to see what some of the other local districts are doing and how our prices compare, as well as like where we've been over the past few years. So I think that this recommendation makes a lot of sense. I know all of the costs are going up so much on that side, and so I don't see a way around that, basically. So it's helpful to know we're on the low end locally.
Thank you.
Connie?
Yeah, so first of all, Ms. Green, I don't know if you remember, but I think when the summer program started, you were at the table. You were one of the founders of the program, so I wonder what it's like for you so many years later to see where it's come. So it's kind of fun to watch you present this. Thank you so much for that. And I don't even know, I'd love to know how many kids we're feeding and how many meals we're issuing in the summer, because I think it's a lot. You know, it's really appreciate that work. And I love that you're moving into farm to table and some of these other foods, and thank you and everybody on the nutrition staff for doing that. I didn't understand, so just for clarity, the CEP schools are entirely federally reimbursed, right? So these increase in meal prices will only apply to the 6 schools that are not CEP schools.
That is correct.
Right, so those schools are 100% free and reduced lunch or under federal reimbursement. And so my question, because we don't have all the data, I'm sure you've looked at it, but is the 10-cent increase plus the CEP schools sufficient to cover your cost increases?
At this time, I think it will be.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions or comments, we just need a motion.
And if I can, I'm sorry, if I can just add, I do want to say we are all in line with adding the new CEP schools. But what Ms. Green discussed earlier is increasing the participation. So we're going to have to work to do that, and we have plans to do that. If we don't do that, then that's where the cost comes in, right? Because we have to increase participation at certain schools, especially A.L. Stanback and Gravelly Hill. But we'll be working with that staff to do that. So we're doing this because we want to make sure that our students have the opportunity, but just know that there's a little bit of trade-off if we don't increase our participation. But I know staff are going to be working really hard to do that. So it comes with a little bit of a risk in doing it. The CEP is not a catch-all things to fix any financial concerns that we may have or things we're seeing with increased pricing, but it will help as long as we do our part, and we plan to do that. So I just wanted to I want to add that there are a lot of factors in increasing participation, but we'll do what we can to get there so that we can see child nutrition go in the black financially.
I appreciate that clarification. And just a question to that. So when, do you believe that by going to CEP, that the meal prices has been an obstacle to participation, and that going CEP might help increase, just by making everything eligible for, paid, will that help to increase participation? Is that a?
Yes. And I think the participation may increase, or the fact that we have the meal debt that may get paid through an Angel account. So those students would now be able to, we can get reimbursed for them if they're continuing to participate.
Yeah, that was the essence of it. Thank you. Thank you. I move that we approve the 3 new CEP schools and the meal price increase.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
What else we got here?
All right. Next, we have the strategic plan.
All right, good evening once again. Tonight, I am pleased to bring forward the 2026-2031 Strategic Plan, Engage Orange, Building Foundations, Inspiring Futures, for approval. This plan represents months of thoughtful work, collaboration, and reflection by our students, our staff, our families, our community, and you, the Board of Education. We're grateful for the many voices that helped us shape this roadmap for the future of Orange County schools. Throughout this process, we intentionally sought feedback from stakeholders across our community. The engagement we received helped validate our direction while also providing valuable insights that strengthen the final plan. This strategic plan is stronger because of the voices that contributed to it. In our original timeline, we outlined a final opportunity for the community to provide feedback on the draft plan after our last board meeting. There were 73 responses on the survey. The feedback reflected strong support for the plan's priorities and vision for the future. Stakeholders particularly affirmed our commitment to high-quality teaching and learning, preparing students for future opportunities, and creating safe and supportive learning environments. We appreciate the confidence our community is placed in this work. As part of our commitment to listening and to continuous improvement, we carefully reviewed all the feedback and identified opportunities to strengthen and clarify the plan. The following update reflects the responsiveness to our board's input at the spring retreat. The primary issue that emerged through this feedback was the importance of clearly articulating the intended outcomes of our focus on equity. In response, we have added the phrase "reduce opportunity gaps" in key sections of the plan to provide greater clarity and strengthen alignment between our values and our intended outcomes. At this time, we believe the plan accurately reflects the priorities, aspirations, and collective vision of our community. It provides a clear framework to guide decision-making, measure progress, and focus our efforts over the next 5 years. Thank you to the board, our staff, our students, our families, and our community for their engagement throughout this process. At this time, I respectfully request the Board of Education's approval of the 2026-2031 Strategic Plan, Engage Orange, Building Foundations, Inspiring Futures.
So we've had lots of discussions about this. I don't know if there's need for any more. If not, we just require a motion.
Can I just make
Go
one
ahead.
comment? Which is just an appreciation for the discussion that we all had with lots of staff members there as well during the spring retreat, and this adjustment to make sure that we're being clear that part of the point of these outcomes and these metrics is to also reduce opportunity gaps and increase equity in the district. So just appreciate the conversation and that we've moved in that direction. The finalized plan, I think, is going to be really, it's an inspiring direction to head as a district, and I'm really excited for the work. So thank you.
Why don't you make a motion?
Motion to approve the strategic plan.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm back. All right, so rounding us home for the evening, we got two more topics to discuss. So both of them are action items. We'll start with the first one. These are discussions about the board's legislative priorities. So really quickly, just talk about the process and then turn it over to the board for discussion on both of these opportunities. As you recall, the board was polled. You sent in information about what your legislative priorities were. Those were synthesized into a core set of areas, and the board presented their preferences on those. Those are attached in the abstract. All the background as to why and how they were created was attached in the abstract. The goal tonight would be to vote on those top three to be able to send back to NCSBA. That is the legislative priorities one, because we do have a goal to meet for that. For the retreat, will be to break down the total number of retreat options the board would like to focus on for the August retreat. As a reminder, there's also a finite amount of time. There are lots of options for retreat topics. So I say all that to say that was why we presented those as options as well. So the first one is your legislative options. So that's our second to last topic. Attached in the abstract are how the preferences from the board came out. So I will turn it back to the board for discussion on your legislative priorities.
All right, board. So Ms. Hauser had reached out to the legislative committee, and they requested us to send our top three. I think, Ms. Hauser, you also recommended that we could send out the full list as well as where these fell. But we'll leave it open to quick discussion on the approach.
Just to throw some context, so the School Board Association is starting their legislative process. So we've been invited to submit 3 priorities. I will just say that personally, I am really impressed with all the items that the board has come up with. And if I was on the committee, I would love to have access to all of them. So I just wonder, it seems like the top 3 were pretty clear from our votes. I'm completely okay with that, but I'd also be open to sending the School Boards Association all of them so they have access to it. They can choose to use it or not, but it's good work, and I just am really proud of the work of the board. Thank you for putting it together.
All right, Sarah?
I thank you for facilitating the process, Franklin, and I think that what you've attached here as an example of how we might share this is a good, I would support sharing it just like this. It seems like those are the clear top 3, and then the second page has, and the board is also interested in these things, and I think that's a great approach.
Thank you, Bonnie, for leading on this effort, and thank you, Franklin. This was like a great way to facilitate our input. I'm like, oh, this is so efficient and makes so much sense. And pretty much all of us had most of the top 3, so I'm fine with the one that, I had, whichever one was different of mine. So I like everything as is, and I like that it includes the priorities as well. I like how it was done, so thank you so much.
All right, any other thoughts? So I'm hearing share the top 3 plus our others as delivered. With that, I think all we need is a motion.
Motion to share the top 3 and the secondary suggestions.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Franklin, for all your help.
You're most welcome. And again, I would also echo thank you to the board for the deep time and effort into looking into legislative priorities and activism. So, all right, moving on to our last option. So as I mentioned, this was a similar process. The board was asked for retreat topics. The board presented those. Those totals were synthesized into a series of about 10 total that encompassed all of them, and the board gave their feedback on. That feedback is also attached in the abstract. So now we will open it up to the board for discussion about what you would like to focus on at your retreat in August. As a reminder, there's only a finite amount of time.
Over 2 days.
Over 2 days, that's right.
5 hours, right?
Yeah.
It's 5 hours.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
We will talk fast.
Go ahead.
I have a reaction, which is it seems like the first 2 items are like clear priorities, and I wonder if the superintendent might have certain things she wants to make sure we discuss at the beginning of the school year too, and if we might go with those 2 plus other topics of interest to you, Dr. Jones. I'm just throwing that out because it doesn't seem like there's like a clear third.
That is a great suggestion, Sarah.
Yeah, I do agree with the first 2. I think that helps us to continue pushing forward together. Given the state of the state budget and things that we've been discussing, I feel it's probably appropriate to talk about our finances, our budgeting, even do a deeper dive there if we need to kind of see where we are so we all have a better understanding of that moving into the next school year before we get to the budget season. And then we're all kind of level setting, especially I know we'll have a new board member coming along, and that we're going to have some key talking points as we move and position ourselves specifically when we start to talk about like reassignment and all of those things that are going to come along with the new buildings and facilities and where students get placed and where possible schools get placed.
All right, sounds great to me. We would just need a motion to approve 1, 2, and 4 for the retreat.
I'll make the motion that we approve for our retreat in August, 1, 2, and 4, and let them be topics of discussion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. First of all, item 6, there are parts of item 6 that naturally fit with 1 and 2. It brings a community part to it, but communication transparency fits naturally with the governance topics of 1 and 2, and I wonder if we could incorporate that. The second part is on the budget. To me, the budget has 2 parts. It has, we're going to have an immediate priority to approve the budget for next year with a $350,000 shortfall from the county and who knows what from the state, and we'll be approving that in August. As we look at the long-term financials, things like what we're planning to do with school capacity, enrollment trends, it's a huge, huge topic, and I'm just not sure how we can do it justice. And it's going to be a set of meetings over a course of a year. We could start the conversation, but I don't think we'll be able to have the full picture. So I'm a little worried about taking on in 3 hours on a Saturday morning. I just don't know we could do it all. That's just and it's important. And I think items 7 falls into the long-term financial picture. So, I want to do it all, just for the record. I want to do it all. I just know we can't do it all in the budget, but we could start these conversations.
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like it's all going to be covered at some point in time during the next year. But if we start out with 1, 2, and 4, other pieces will come in as we go through the year. I don't think we're going to say, oh, those things aren't important, and we're not going to talk about them, because they're all going to be a part of what we're doing next year.
Right.
But I think we have to start with top priorities that are going to have other things that filter in. Just my thought.
Okay, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Franklin, as well on this. All right. With that, we are at the end of our agenda. Could we get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed?